So a what would Eric do different type of feedback, which I think is kind of interesting. Yeah, maybe. So yeah, let's take a look where we're at. Feedback Fridays. So where were we last at? So we got to somewhere around here. I don't remember exactly which one the last one I did was. So we'll scroll up a ways until I see one that I go, oh, I recognize that. None of these I've given feedback on. None of these I've given feedback on. Oh boy, we are. I think this was the last one I looked at from Sammy. And I think I didn't actually draw on it, but I remember talking about it. Hi, Mara. Hello. Welcome in. So I think we're at this one from Dan. Hey, Borja, maybe you recognize this figure. You think Dan watched the video? I followed along with the YouTube video of your Saturday masterclass with Borja. Would love any feedback you have for him. So yeah, he's familiar. Then we've got one here. Man, this is well, I'll talk about it when we get to it, but come on, knock it off, guys. Trying to do the thing. Man, you guys posted a bunch of stuff. So let's look at the one from Hi, Rum of Color. Hi, Michael Paints Minis. Hello, how are you? Let's look at the one from Dan. I think this is pretty good, huh? I think man, I think you followed along with the lesson quite well. And I don't really know how much I'm going to have to say about this. Like, I think the sort of copper ring is an interesting choice. It's very heavy on color. Like, it can be a little too attention grabbing, I think. I think the hair is quite good. I think the skin is very nice. The rendering in the eyes is good. The fur is pretty good. The leather is quite good. But there's probably some little touches we can do here and there to improve a couple parts. Sort of the first thing I'm seeing, the copper is, like I said, an interesting choice. I think if I was going to do the copper, I would try and maybe reduce this a little bit. Like it's maybe a bit too gold or too reddish for my taste. I would probably like tone it down a little and make it like a little more brown in some parts, just to not like be quite so intensely strong on the like red. So you can see maybe just that like slight change in color can really alter like how much attention that's grabbing. The next thing I would say is the hair could be a little bit tighter lines. So there's definitely some parts where it feels a little sketchy, and we could have done a bit thinner line work here. Also, especially around like the beard, like having some of these lines go up into the skin can make a much more natural transition. Same up here, like I would have tried to extend some of these lines out a little more. And then you can do stuff like take some of the skin tone and have the skin tone go up into the hair a little bit in order to create a more seamless transition between the two. Especially see, like, so if I show myself, right, like it's hard to see here, but if I pull my hair back, right, you can see that there isn't like this dark line here. Even if I go like this, where you have that darker shape underneath, that hairline still has a bit of skin showing through it, right? So letting some of that skin, or painting some of that skin like into the hairline, can create a bit more natural transition. And then I think the stippling on the cape could just be a little finer and more soft. It's a little too big for me. There's like making it look a little rough. So I would probably work on painting some smaller dots here and there. As far as the actual skin tone goes, I think it's quite good. I would have maybe chosen to tone down parts of the hair a little bit more, like a little bit darker colors here and there. So if we take and make this like a multiply layer, just to tone some parts down, giving it a little more shape and not pushing some of the highlights in everywhere quite so much, just to have a little bit more form to the hair, like really saving those brightest highlights just for the parts of the hair that really catch the light like the most, you know? I think you did a good, like well, I'll say you did a better job on like the top of the head than some of the beard. So yeah, making this just a little bit softer, I think, could help, right? Like, I'm going to go back to, I can use myself as an example, right? Like, yeah, you get these little random hairs that catch light here and there, and it's a little scraggly, but like they twist and bend and do all these things, right? You can, but there's like volume to the overall beard, where if you get too focused on like every individual shape, it can start to lose that like volume to it. So what I would recommend is sometimes, yeah, like you need to simplify in order to create something more complex later. Oops. Like even the mustache should have some roundedness to it. So we can see with like adding some more shadow shape, right? Then at the end, now you can come back and do some, we can take and add some highlights here and there. But in a way that creates a little bit more form. Right, makes sense. So, right, that's pushing the light there. So you can see, really this is what's going to help, like give more shape. but then you can push that as highlights back in. Okay, good, makes sense. Everyone understands perfectly. Next one. Stop. I know there's new messages. Jeez. Let me scroll back. You guys think this painter is taking some lessons or inspiration from a certain Polish painter named Krzysztof Kowalczyk? You guys think that? You get that feeling? Because I get that feeling. This has got a very Polish vibe to it. So, looking for general feedback and how to improve the harmony of colors. I think the color harmony is quite good. Yeah, I don't see... I think the biggest thing I kind of see in terms of color harmony is... All right, let's look at something, right? So let's look at some color transition, okay? So what do we got here? We got this is quite reddish, right? So we've got a skin tone that is quite reddish, right? And then we go through this to something like... there's some nice alternate colors through here, so that's good. This, then we work our way up here, and then I can see this is getting quite yellow. Okay, so if we open the color picker and we check some of these colors, look, red, getting closer to orange. Now it's basically orange. Okay. Very orange, even, and then this like orange goldenrod kind of yellow. So we've used this much to go up through the color range. Yeah, so we started here and we went upwards towards yellow. Let's check another part. How about the green jacket? Okay, so shadow. Mid, light, well, that was basically the same, but you guys think the same thing's going to happen? The metal does it. Green. Green, 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 green. Hi, Elson. And in fact, it's all like within right here, right? So very gray. So how do we make this more like the skin? It feels like you've got these interesting color progressions, right, in these areas, and then you get down here and everything is like very linear and like flat in color progression, right? So this is always interesting to me because it's like we think about it when doing the skin, but then we forget about it when doing other parts. And the metal has it a bit, right? Even the cigarette has it a bit. So it's like you had this thought of doing it, you know, up here, but then you kind of forgot. And the other parts, like the metal down here, doesn't do it nearly as much as the metal on his neck, right? So what if instead of green, what if we started moving towards yellow, right? What if we shifted the lights of this jacket more yellow? Okay, and what does that mean we have to do? So now we've got a color like this, right? That means we need to start moving down this way as we go down in tone. So it's now something like that. And then we start shifting more greenish. And then probably this one's quite similar, maybe even more gray, you know. It's too dark or too light, right? And then we shift down. So we can take this same color and shift this more bluish, which you're losing a lot of color anyways because it's so desaturated. So maybe it's something like that. And then we come down here and we shift this to like a cold sort of teal, right? Something like that. So now I can take this very tealish tone and start to add some of that guy. And is it shifting cold or is it shifting? I feel like you're moving towards a cold color. Can you guys see the difference between these two? It's not that extreme. What if I did it something like that? Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is like you can play around with the level of coloration in the in other parts as well, you know? Hungry Hornet. Hello. In terms of technique and lighting and stuff, I think it's quite good, so. Even on something like this, right? This is like very blue violet. Like, what if we shifted towards like a warm sort of gray tone that's like super gray, or even like something like this, right? Still blue, but it's more warm. Can't see. Turn up the brightness. That's as bright as it'll go. Right, but we can play around with some color, some more temperature changes in other elements. Cool. Stop. Z. Hey, hoping you could help with this guy. It would be great if you could just point out the most glaring mistakes. I don't know what that was supposed to mean. Okay. God, this thing's got a lot going on, doesn't it? All right. So, Nightman. We got a knight. This sort of, I don't know, land skirt type of thing. I don't know if he's supposed to be a land skirt or what, but something like that. Okay. Not bad. Not bad, but the I feel like you did a better job here on the sleeve than on the head, right? Like whatever this thing is that goes around. I feel like this one's too samey, you know? So, first thing we're going to do is we're just going to separate some value. All right? So, we need to tone some of these parts down in order to create some separation between these elements more. All right? Like if this thing's supposed to be black, like it needs to be darker than the orange parts, all right? So that we can match sort of the feeling that's over here on the sleeve. So that's the big thing I see, or first and foremost. The next thing I see, without talking about the face quite yet, is I'm not quite getting a great sense of the main light source because I'm not feeling like the reflection placement is quite consistent between some of the metallic elements. Right? So what do I mean by that is like, okay, this one's, I think here, right? But the hands, they're like clearly more on these like front ones. And then this guy, they're just kind of around. This one, there's like two. And then there's this sort of shape like this. So I'm not quite feeling the general sense of like where's the main reflection point on these. And his face has a shadow that kind of goes this way, so it would make me assume that the light is kind of coming in slightly from this direction. So if that's the case, I think we need to work on with the metallics. Just being a little, like, simplifying a little in order to figure out where that, like, main light position is. So it's like, if this whole thing is basically one big shape and facing upwards, like, should this whole part of his gorget here be just much brighter? And then should this come around a little more? Like, should this be more forward? This kind of makes it match with this sky. Right, the hands kind of work from this position. And then, like, how does this thing work? I don't have it in hand, so it's kind of tough to tell, but you're probably using too much brights here. We need to tone some of this down a little bit. So, like, darkening some of these parts down in order to, like, let this be just a darker metal. Same with sort of over here. Like, these downward facing parts are just never going to be as bright as these upward facing parts, you know? It's important we save these bright sections to be like the main reflection point. Yes, you will get a little bit of the reflection of the thing next to it in the lights, but we have to separate these out, right? So, all right, with before, after. Okay. Now, on the face, we've got this coming in here. The nose should be darker on the side. More of his face here would be in shadow. Okay. The side of the face needs to be in shadow. Then you can start, and maybe even more of this would come down a little bit more. It's a very weird shaped nose for the sculpt. It's odd. Okay, we want to define these shapes. Then we can come back with some of the lights. This does not need to be here. Like, round this over. Okay, then you get some light in here. Then you can start to play with the highlights. Okay, so your highlight here is pretty good. You probably have more of a highlight here. You have one on the cheekbone, which is good, but then you also end up getting one that's like in this nostril area, right? And then, yeah, we're going to blend out some stuff just to, like, more of this should be a little bit darker. Yeah, you get some light sort of on that little part of the upper eyebrow. And then we need to create the shape of the lower eyelid, right? So your lower eyelid has form to it. It's not just a line. Like, it's like a small half sphere, right? So we have to, and depending on if I lean this way, then you get much more on the underside, okay? If I lean this way, right, it's the other way. Where now there's a bit of shadow here. You have a bit of shadow right here, right? You have shadow over here. So we're trying to define those forms and shapes. Hello. Makes sense. I don't know if it does. I hope so. You see, we give some more shape to the face like that. All right, cool. Rescue can. Well, oh, this is really hard to see what's going on. Mostly just because of the photography and the like depth of field is like crazy. Okay. So, I don't know how much you guys know about cameras, and this if this was taken with like a phone, but the problem here is like I can't see the miniatures because like the thing that's in focus is this snow hill over here and everything else is out of focus. But all right, like real quick, what I'll say is there's just like there's not enough height, right? It's like the scene is too short. I feel like it feels really the sky feels really crowded. And yeah, it's like really smushed. So everything is just like so I feel like you could definitely make that taller. I also can't tell what's going on with the brown in the background. Like, is that a trail going up into the background? And if so, like, why is it so thick? All right, check this out. So, I'm not even gonna paint on your thing, but let's talk about atmospheric perspective. Okay. So let's say I was gonna paint a forest scene. All right, I'm gonna go full Bob Ross on this guy. All right. So we're gonna paint some happy little trees. Okay. So let's say I do a I want to paint a landscape. All right. So let's say we're doing some kind of snowy thing, right? So I'm gonna grab some blues or something for the foreground. And I'm going to put my foreground about 1/3, okay? So, or my horizon, right? I need to think about where my horizon line is, all right? So we put some snow down, okay? And then I want to put some mountains in the background, all right? So first of all, let's ask ourselves, like, where's the sun going to be in this scene? Maybe it's not it's not on screen. Maybe it's coming in from this way though. Okay. So we're gonna paint some mountains in the background, but the mountains are gonna be, they need to be small for one thing, because they're they're in the distance, right? So what do I do about shadows of mountains? Well, okay, if I was to paint a mountain in the shadows, right? Like it would be something like this, right? So let's make a layer. We're going to paint a mountain, right? We're going to paint a mountain and it's like this, okay? So here's a mountain. Here's another mountain. Here's another mountain. Maybe there's a couple smaller ones or whatever, right? Maybe they go into the distance like this. All right. So, okay. Well, that's cool. I painted the shadows, but they need lights on them. So I'm going to grab a lighter blue or a lighter gray. I'm going to start to give them some shape like this to show that the light is coming in from this direction, but there's like shape blocking them. So they have, I don't know, something like this, and we create a mountain range, right? Ooh, fun. Bob Rawson, yeah? But what's the problem here? All right, let's push the light even more. Let's say that they get quite bright, right? So let's add some more light. Something doesn't look very natural about these. Okay, and I can create some more light onto the snow. I don't know how it is, but whatever. We're gonna create some sort of snow. Okay, what's the problem with this? The problem is that these mountains, right? They're too the shadows are too dark. We're not taking the fact that we're trying to push them in the background. Okay? So when you're talking about atmospheric perspective, okay, the shadows get less obvious. All right? So I don't even know which layer mode you would do this on. But shadows, basically, you start to lose shadow intensity, and they start to blend, the shadows begin to blend more with the background. All right? So you might end up with something, here, we'll just leave it on normal. You have to reduce the intensity of the shadows to make them start to blend with the background. Then what I would do is I would then make a new layer and I would begin to push the light again, right? So you would have more white up here that begins to create that effect, okay? And then if you were going to do a tree line, you would do the same thing with where it would be getting closer to blue. So the ones that are further closer, right? So as you create layers, the layers in the distance as you create layers in the distance, they need to begin to, the shadows need to begin to blend more with the background, right? You lose the intensity of, if I wanted to push these even further back, right, I would do that to make them really feel like they're far away. Then your things in your it would be your middle ground, because your foreground is actually the actual figures. So if I wanted to do pine trees, right, I would take something like this sort of forest green, but I would mix it and reduce the value a little bit, right? So instead of these, it needs to be a darker value than the thing that's the tree background, right? But I don't want pure dark green effect, so it would be, I would start to paint trees, whatever, right? and they would become less clear as you move into the background. And then the ones in the foreground, which are taller, will have a more greenish and an even more intense shadow, right? So something like this. If I wanted to do a big tree in the foreground, right? This tree would have a much more green, like dark green effect, okay? So you need to think about it in terms of layers. So as you push, and then as things move backwards, okay, it's right. If I wanted to do a trail, when we're talking about perspective, right? Well, this trail is gonna like get really wide really fast. So as this thing moves into the foreground, it gets quite thin, right? Like this is way too thick up here if this thing's supposed to be disappearing away, you know? So it needs to thin like way out as it goes into the background, right? It should like disappear. And also, not only does it disappear, it gets less brown as it goes away. But yeah. Okay, right? I hope that makes sense. Atmospheric perspective. Yeah, well, you're literally seeing like the sky begins to the literal atmosphere, right? So the air and everything as light bounces off particles in the air, right? As you get further away, it gets you lose the intensity of shadows and you lose saturation. Which is why in fog you can see things like when you're talking about fog, you can see things like 3 feet in your front of your face, but as you look into the distance, it all just becomes gray, right? It all just becomes the same. You can't see out into the distance because the atmosphere is so heavy that like it just disappears. All right. Who is next? Fred. Hey Eric, I'm trying to make an artsy paint job of this head of an ancient Phoenician woman sculpted by Alan Carrasco. Had a struggle with the highlights on the skin, but I like it. But I quite like it now. What can I do to push the face further? And above all, what can I do with the hair? A lot of finely detailed strands of hair going all back in a bun. Never painted sculpted hair like that. Big thanks. Yeah, that is very heavily sculpted. So I've talked before about like ignoring the sculpt. So I just paint on top of the sculpt, and I use the sculpt as a way to inform how I paint hair, like the direction, but I don't try and paint the literal strands. So real quick, like if I wanted to highlight this hair, right, I would take whatever color you want to use. If you want to use a gray like this, you know, if we want to use some sort of gray, like I would paint the strands, but I would paint like zigzags back and forth like this and not worry about if I'm painting in the recesses or if I'm painting each individual strand. I would just paint the shape that I see. Otherwise, yeah, you'll end up with spaghetti hair, and nobody wants to see spaghetti hair. In terms of the painting of the face, I think it's pretty good. There's some parts where some of the shadows might be a little rough. Her jaw is like way too defined. This is like way too chiseled and sharp. There's some other parts that are maybe a little too chiseled. So, the jaw is round, right? So we have to round that over. Like if we look at values here, why is the brightest value of her jaw like a line like this, right? Where would the brighter values be? It would probably be a little higher up, you know? They might be somewhere more like around here. Okay. So you have to round this over, all right? Same here based on the lighting direction. This is probably a little too much. Or you're just not including enough midtones depending on what kind of skin tone you're doing and you've pushed the highlights too far. This side of the face, a little too bright, a little too bright. Blend this out a little bit. Yeah, you have a tendency to just like, I think your tendency here is just to like over sharpen everything. You're trying to, and we want to soften some elements, okay? So try and reduce this like overly chiseled look. Even if the sculpt is quite chiseled, we can reduce this a little bit and make something a little more natural here. Like even this, like the bridge of the nose here, we can make this not so intensely sharp. And then there's areas where you do want to be sharp, right? Like the eyelids and stuff. What was that? Aloisa. Hello, Hungry Hornet. I'm sorry if I missed you. All right. So don't over sharpen everything. Try and work in some more midtones. We need these midtones. They're very important for making things rounded and natural. Okay. Dr. Painting, or Doug, hello. How are you? DR Painting. I don't ever know how your screen name, do you use it as DR, like your initials, or is it Doctor? Sorry, I get lost sometimes. I'm just like sitting here like making adjustments to the face that I would consider, but like areas like this you want to be a little sharper, right? And then she needs eyebrows. Come on. Anyway, all right. So, yeah, you could see by softening it, right? Using more midtones here. Rounding things out. See ya, dude. See ya, Doms. Hmm. 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 It's not too far off, but yeah, you need to not chisel everything so much. Okay. Okay. Now I want to know what brush you used to paint the background and why you didn't use it to paint the foreground. Because for me, like, let's talk about brushwork real quick. Real quick, because I think this is interesting. If you wanted to paint this model with a more painterly approach, why do we paint the background with a very painterly style and then paint the foreground with like the tiniest little round brush size 0 whatever, you know? Like, what's wrong with introducing some other colors, right, through, I don't know, like using this and then changing the brush so we're not just using what's it called, right? Like why don't we ever paint with like a thicker brush stroke, right? Where's the confidence in the brushwork here? It's always it's always these like little tiny round brushes and never these like thicker brush strokes, like, you know, like paint that line with like a nice okay. Well, there's a whole other question. How does one develop the confidence? Yeah, I mean, that's practice, but like, yeah, it's like you can paint the background with these like wild strokes and thicker lines, but then when it comes to painting the face, the switch to these like super tiny brushes or whatever, and never, you know, right? Like something like this. That's too big, but like painting a little more like with a bigger, more confident stroke, playing around with some alternate colors here that you might see. I mean, this gets into like a very advanced like kind of level stuff where we start thinking about like um, you know, like perceptual color and stuff. Like, oh, do we see more? Okay, if she has these dark rings around her eyes, is it more of this like purpley color? Like, do we feel this like purpley color here? Where do we use more reddish tones? Like, is this used around here and there? And we start to create more, right? Something like that. So we're not just painting with the same, just like everything is brown and linear. Like you start to work in some more colors and stuff into the painting. Like, oh, is the chin like a little greenish? Okay, well, sure, why not? Like use a little, maybe there's some green in there. And like the ears, they tend to be quite red. Like, okay, or maybe even some of these sort of like magenta colors, like, so put some red in the ear or whatever, right? Okay, so maybe the forehead's a little more yellow, like, play around with the idea of like, okay, is she reflecting this yellow backdrop? Well, why not use some of that to like introduce some yellow into the, you know? I'm not saying what's right or wrong here. I'm saying like if you're going for a painterly style, like, do something with it. It's the same as like drawing. In drawing, like if we were to talk about like pencil drawing real quick, like what's gonna look nicer? All right, if I draw an arc and I have a confident like arc like this, right? So I want to paint an arc. I want to paint a swoop like that, and I draw a single line. Is which one's more appealing here? Hold on, let's just grab the pen. Where's the like inking? Yeah, like, is this a more interesting line with confidence, or is like doing this? Like, which one shows more confidence? I'm gonna go with the one that's like a nice, like swoop, right? The single kind of flowing line, as opposed to, yeah, this like scratchy thing, And the same can be said for painting. Now, you can use those little tiny lines to start to create like blends and stuff, but yeah, you need to think about what the sort of intention and aim is that you're going for. Okay, makes sense. I forgot to hit record again. I'm just crushing it recently on the stream, forgetting to hit record, so I will be downloading the Twitch file again. Yay. Yeah, I mean, it's not just playing around with color, it's playing around with like the shape and like length and everything of your brush stroke, Hi, Eric. thank you for the previous feedback. Looking for general feedback on this Melania, Blade of Mikola. And I have never known defeat. Side note, I do know fire is normally brightest towards the center. This is some kind of magic flower bloom from the game. You could just say Scarlet Rot. It's Scarlet Rot, dude. I crushed this lady. Oh, she does know defeat. I defeated her handedly. I think this is pretty good. I'm just taking it in for a second. I get a feeling that this picture is way more blue than it's supposed to be. Eric, how do you know that? How do you know that this is more blue than it's supposed to be? This is how I know that this picture is way more blue than it's supposed to be. Everything is like way too blue. So I don't even know if I can do a color balance on this. Yeah, the white balance is like way off on your thing here. I'm guessing that's a lot more accurate. See, now our light is like neutral, or it's still blue, but it's way more neutral than it was. Here, I'll put the two pictures in together so you can see. This is worth talking about. So I just judged MPO. We're not quite done. We have to talk about a few pieces, but I just finished judging the MPO online. And man, there is some there was some interesting photography. Like, look at the difference. Yes, you should color correct your entry photos to make sure that they're correct to how the figure looks in hand. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with doing like photo correction, as long as you're not like touching up the paint job, right? Like, you're just trying to make it look like how it looks like in real life, you know? So there's nothing wrong with that. Like, color balance, correct exposure, like basically everything that you could do in the camera properly, like on a like in camera, that like, yeah, you can do and then as long as you don't edit it, like you're not like sitting there like painting on it, right? Like, you can set the exposure and everything correctly, and then you're just using Lightroom or Photoshop or whatever you use to just make sure that the white balance and everything is tweaked to exactly where it needs to be. Oh man, I was worried. A local competition disqualified any entry that was edited, and they checked the photo metadata or something. Who only did exposure correction? Yeah, that's the dumbest thing I've ever. That is so stupid. Disqualifying people for correcting the exposure level like after the fact, like it's some kind of magic and they're going to alter the picture. Okay. We were talking about Melania here. So, and not just me ranting about people posting photos. I think it's pretty good. I think the swirly scarlet rot thing, I feel like could be more pink. Isn't it more pink in the game? Is it that yellow? I thought it was more like a orangish kind of tone like this. Like, isn't it very pink? Yeah, something like I would shift it a little more this way so it doesn't feel quite so similar to the metallic. Just a color filter would work fine. Just get it away from like exactly like the metallic tones. It's called Scarlet. That's true. And Scarlet is like an orange red. The Scarlet Rot. So yeah, this will help you. So it'll basically be some sort of color in between the metallic and the cape, right? And this will help balance it out so you're not having too many colors that are samey, right? The butterflies are cool. Then I think you have a little bit of a tendency here to like try and overcomplicate some of the NMM, like you're trying to introduce too much, like too many reflections and too many of like the same reflections where it's like they're too similar. Focus on the number one focus you should have when painting a model of this scale. And like separation and readability is really important. And I think you have pretty good readability on like the metallic parts. But then you're trying to get a little too fancy on other parts. So just be careful there. And then what I would say is, hold on, I want to look at a picture of her. Melania? I'm Melania, Blade of Mikola. Let's look at the statue. Yeah, I don't think, I was about to say, I didn't think she had quite that much gold. And I didn't remember the, all this green, which I think kind of works. think you could darken this down a little bit more. Her cape. Just to create some more like visual separation here. Like let the metallic parts be the shiny parts. Okay. You don't need so much like silky shine on some of these elements. And then maybe push the light on the cape a bit more. I'm Melania, Blade of Mikola. I heard that about 10 times. She told me she'd never known defeat. Yeah, see, I feel like this is more accurate. Like it's a little darker. Okay. Only 10? Yeah. I've played those games. I've played Sekiro and all those games, so. What was her name? Silk? The last Silk in Silk Song? What's the final one? The Act 3 one? Was 8 attempts. Carmelita took like 15 though. She was pretty hard. So yeah, I think that would do a good help here, darkening that down a little bit. Maybe brighten the maybe brighten these parts a little bit. The kind of the fur part. Yeah, I think that's nice. Just to create some more focus around the face. Okay, I'm going to be back in a few minutes, and we will continue on. Where was it? Where'd it go? Hi, Eric. Last feedback, you told me to pay closer attention to how figure plays with the base. I managed to paint the backdrop and assemble it together. Base is not finished yet. I decided to move the shield lower to have a better composition. Would love to have your thoughts. I like the clouds in the sky, and the backdrop's pretty good. I'm not so sure about this one rock over here on the left. How much it's helping the scene. Let's look at this picture real quick just to see. I like that, the kind of beach thing you got going on. All right. Let's quickly talk about backdrop stuff. So you have sort of two ways to deal with this stuff, okay? So you have these backdrops, right? When you're painting a figure with a backdrop, you have this like really hard edge, which kind of can ruin the effect, right? Where it's like this hard edge. So what a lot of backdrop what you'll see a lot of people do is they'll use these curved ones. All right, so they'll have this like more subtle curve to make the backdrop sort of blend into the foreground a little more. I think that can work. I think the other method to apply to work this is to do more rocks and stuff. Okay, so the other way I would think about this is like, okay, can you hide the seam a little better by doing more stuff in the middle ground, like to hide this construction, right? So you build up sort of stuff in the front here that's behind her, but create, so you can take like more rocks and things and create a sort of effect, whatever that effect is, to like sort of try and hide that seam a little bit. To make the transition to the background a little more natural. Outside of that, like, yeah, I guess I don't know if you're gonna do like a water effect or something. Like, are you gonna do a resin pour? So that would be another question of mine. There's a lot going on with the rocks at the moment, and like I feel like people struggle with rocks sometimes, just like the painting of rocks, where it's like try and not do too much. Like, it can be really easy to like just try and do too much edge highlighting, and they just become kind of like a mess. So I would try and think of them a bit more volumetrically, so you can get some more general shape to them. Then you can add like weathering and color variation. Like, what is the rocks? Are they going to have like algae growing on them, or what? Like, there's more ways to blend them sort of into the environment. But right now, yeah, I think the backdrop is pretty cool. I think it kind of works. But my big question would be, how are you going to finish the rest of this? I think that the figure has a pretty good composition. Like I said, I don't really like this one. This feels a little odd to me to have this like hard line right here, because I like this sort of downward shape you have. This sort of triangle thing, and that one rock kind of throws it off a little bit. Like, you have everything has like a very sort of from this corner, and I think you could play with that even more. I think I would also consider like darkening some of this stuff down a little up at the top here. Create a bit more of an effect to try and push the view a little more towards her. Well, however that is, and then you can come back and create, some more shape and stuff to it. However that is, but yeah, creating some, because we don't want to lose her, right? And right now she's She is, I think, the mostly the center of focus, but it could be a little better, like even pushing the light a bit more behind her in a way. You know, we use the clouds. Maybe there's some clouds in the distance here. Because if you think about like the perspective, right, the clouds that are closest to the horizon are going to be the smallest ones, right? Because those are the ones that are going to be in the distance. So as you get closer to the horizon line, things get smaller. And then the same with the sky, it goes like this, right? So things get smaller this way. So the clouds that are highest up in the sky are going to be the ones that are bigger. And then the ones that are closer to the horizon are going to be further in the distance. So you could play around with some of that idea to try and bring some more focus towards her and whatever. However, that's decide to do that. Dingy Ducky, hello. Welcome. How are you? Thanks for the raid. How was your stream? Then let's try and push the light a little bit more in a few spots. We want some clear focus points on her. And then, yeah, darken down. Well, depending on what you do with the base here, we can then darken some of these areas down a little bit more in order to further try and create some natural view towards her, right? Feedback's good. All right, so you can see just how much that like further brings attention towards her. And then this also brings attention towards her, right? Okay. Lada. Hi, Eric. Getting close on this bust and would appreciate feedback, particularly not sure about the hair and how to make the shadow side more interesting. It is way too bright on the shadow side. Okay. I think you guys can guess how this one's gonna go. What are we gonna do? Gonna check the values. So let's check the values. What's going on? What's the problem? Chat? Hi, Gary. Gary, what's the problem? Too bright. Too bright or, no. Let's look at the face, all right? Which is the shadow side? One's the shadow side, one's not. To the right? Huh? Oh, come on. Okay. this is the shadow side, right? Here's where your shadows should be. Yeah. So where is this coming from? Where is this coming from? Here, I'll mark them in a different color. And then where's this one? Okay, so we have a shadow here, but if we check this value, it's like nearly the same, right? You guys think you need to overcomplicate the shadow side? You get so worried about the shadow side, but the shadow side doesn't have to have that much detail in it, okay? You lose details in shadows. That's a normal thing, all right? There's such a tendency to want to like over detail the shadow area, but that is not really realistic, okay? Okay, then this is light. So what are my light values, right? I've got all these light values, but then it gets into these like shadow tones. So yeah. The Steve and Boldman. Hello. Soul Rav. Hi, welcome in. Okay, so we have a tendency, you guys, it's not just this person, right? We have a tendency to like want to overdo the shadow of the cheekbones on the light side, but it's still in the light family of values. Like we can see on the neck here that this is in light. So these should be light values. And we can paint highlights. With like a few brush strokes, I can start to create the highlights. I'm trying to get the shape in. I'm not so worried about like, I need to get the general forms in first, and then you could start worrying about details. But you could see that like this left side of the face here, shouldn't the light on the forehead be more over considering the dramatic cast shadow, the buckle and stuff? The highlight should be somewhere like around here, depending on the main view. This depends a lot on the main view, but it should probably be somewhere like around here. Anyways. So, right? So we move the shape, the shape. Like, we want this shape to be clear, guys. It needs to be clear. Like, this is so... I feel like I cannot stress this enough. It's like, we need to have that distinction between light and shadow. If you're casting shadows this strong, right? Like, this shadow is so sharp, right? Like, you're clearly casting like a hard shadow. Like, there needs to be a clear separation between in volume also. Then you can go get fancy afterwards and like start to make adjustments that, like, yeah, there's going to be some more occlusion like around the nose and like just under the lip and kind of up here and around some of the nostril and like in the eye, dark deeper parts of the brow and like around the eye right here. But the important thing is that like we create that general shape, you know? Any books you'd recommend for painting? Particularly The Art of Eric Swinson. Just joking. Shameless self-promotion. I mean, I've heard Kareel's book is really good. I've never read through the whole thing. I know Arnau made a book too. Bridgman is a good book, but that's more of a drawing book. But it can definitely teach you about form and stuff. Right, so can we see the difference now? Like, how much this shifts the light and changes the shape of the face here? Stop doing this. I'm gonna flip my shit. I'm gonna flip out. That's not directed at you in particular. It's directed at all of you. All right. Let your shadows be shadows. Let your lights be light. Okay? Yeah, probably. It's still just installed. I was a big War Machine player. Sam, new pics below. Hey Eric, still a work in progress all over the place, but as I'd like to enter it to a comp in a couple of weeks, what would you see? Well, I might be late for the comp. What would you see as the most important bits to attend to in the intermediate in what is already somewhat painted? I'll keep working on it after the comp, but I thought of trying to get an okay level to enter and then keep improving afterwards. Let's find the updated pictures. We are looking for the Emperor of Mankind, I assume. The Emperor. Really? I don't see... Oh, here they are. Oh, prepping for a painting competition in 2026. Can I ask who makes the last figure? The bust? I believe it's Fair Miniatures. I'm almost positive it's Fair Miniatures, sculpted by friend of the channel, Maxime Panot. Not bad, not bad, not bad. I like the red. The flame is meh. Flame sword's kind of meh. The armor is looking pretty good. It is very complicated. Like, overly so. It is so Baroque. Yeah, this is a hard... This is a hard miniature because of how detailed it is. Like simplifying to a point where things are readable, but also like maintaining focus and making everything, you know, defined. How would I even approach? I mean, I've painted a figure like this. Not to this level of detail, but something similar. And it is, yeah, this sort of thing is not easy. Trying to think of what advice I would even give on something like this. Like, how do we... Because you have no idea what to look at when looking at this. I'll ask you guys, what are the things you see? What's the first things that, like, what's pulling your eye right now? One, you haven't painted the head. The cape? Okay. The metal skirt thing. So that's what's kind of pulling my eye. Then the fire, yeah. Yeah, the white strips. Ronsonite, hello. The flame sword, yeah. The flame, the, like this thing, these, right? Like, those are what's all kind of drawing my attention. But later on, we're going to want this to be, like, the attention point. Oh, thanks, Ron. Monkey Tree Minis. Hello, welcome. And how do we do that? Like, so we're going to have to think of ways to pull the light where we want. What, like a color dodge? I don't know. So we need to, like, we're going to have to, not a color dodge, something like, is it just add maybe? Start to push some of the light in some of these areas where we want the attention. So things like the eagle, some of the chest, like we're going to push the light here, right? Things like on his shoulder, on this shoulder. Okay, we can do some stuff like pushing this and maybe a little bit here. So yeah, we've got to really try and like think strategically about like where we're going to put some of these main reflection points in order to really push this light in a way where it's like this is the main point of focus, right? Like, how do we get more light up towards him, right? And just that, and then I'm going to take, right? So this is like extra light up here. One, it's making the armor look way shinier. Yes. And then darkening some of these other areas where we don't want so much attention, right? It's very counterintuitive because you want everything to be defined, but you also want to be it to be the overall shape to be nice and readable. So you're going to have to sacrifice sort of one or the other here in order to give some general form and shape in order to make certain parts like more readable, right? So now his overall form between like pushing this light and then adding some extra shadows should make his overall form more readable and hopefully take some of the attention away from like these whites, right? From the fire, would it be a orange yellow reflection on the upper armor and an orange on the cape? No, not really. Red doesn't really turn super orange unless it was like silk. And it also depends on like the day, like the time of day. So yeah, I mean it really depends on like the time, or like what the environment is, like how bright the sword would actually be. Because if I went out in the sun and held a torch out like this, it wouldn't do anything. It might reflect in the armor a little bit, but it's not going to do anything to the cape, right? So yeah, it depends on the environment you're trying to paint it in. Now, see, he's clearly not indoors because he's on rocks. So yeah, that all kind of depends. And yeah, dude, you need to paint the face and stuff. Like, you need to paint the focal areas. You need to paint the main focus point. Then I might recommend like lowering some of these things from being so dang white, like not too much, but a little, you know. So they're not stealing too much attention. Anyways, all right. Hi, Eric. I would love some feedback on this sketch, mostly on light placement and composition. Thanks. Isn't this one of the new ones? What new ones? Huh? Oh, you're talking about like, yes, because I went down. Yep. Thank you. Yes, I skipped down because he posted updated pictures. Thanks. We looked at this. I'm going to look at Papa Singes again. Hello, Eric. My name is also Eric. No need, but if you have extra time looking for general feedback on the gold M&M, other stuff is welcome. Just feel like I'm not selling it at all. Okay. Gold NMM, huh? All right, guys, what's the problem? What do you see the issue as? Why is it not reading enough like gold? You just see white. Yep. Not enough. She needs more shadows. And the thing it really needs is to be cleaned up. So separating things. We need that separation. Okay. There's just nothing separating it from the green right now. Here there is a little bit, but it could be sharper. Here there is a little bit, but there's none up here. Like you've got to define around the perimeter of this stuff. Okay. Now, beyond that, let's take the shoulder, for example. Okay. First, we add in the occlusions. Okay. Then, where is the main highlight, right? Like, this is what makes trim very difficult, like doing a gold trim, because where would the main highlight go, right? Like where is it on this overall shape? One, you need, this stuff's way too gray. Like you need more green, more of these like tones like this. Okay, so we need to think about, and it's too much, you're using too much white also, like pure white. So we need to think about like what the form of this thing is. Okay, let's take a part like this, right? Like why is this white all the way out on the outside? Let's simplify it, right? Let's start it as just like a general gold, right? So like if it was yellow, like a yellow ochre kind of color, okay? So each one of these. Now you're placing them where they're in line with each other. So that's good. Like you're consistent in placement on each one of them. But where would they reflect? Yeah. Okay, so this one, it's right here. So that's interesting, but why is it blue? Right, so if we're going to put it there, one, we need to use, we need the yellows. Okay, so then it's going to continue down in the same fashion on each one. All right. You could use like a black kind of pen wash type thing to do that if you wanted. All right, so okay, cool. There's one here. Well, maybe that repeats up here, right? And then it comes up on this a little bit. Something like that, right? But then we can go brighter than that, but not too bright, right? We don't want to lose the yellow, okay? And then what does it need? Why isn't this working yet? Why doesn't it look like gold yet? You got light, you got shadow, right? What is it missing? What really sells the non-metallic effect? Wait, reflection. No, not white. Not white. Come on. Edges. We have to paint edges. Yeah. And this might be trouble because these are very thin. This is what makes it look like metallic. And not all the edges are going to be white either, right? You can have variation inside the edge reflection, okay? And then sometimes you might have a highlight that like blends together with the edge highlight, right? But we have to define those edges. Stop using so much pure white. Okay, you don't need the pure white. You can see the difference between where I worked on the shoulder and the rest of the gold, right? You don't need a lot, you do not need that much pure white. Okay, like if I look at this thing, you've done like a pure white highlight, like all the way around. Way too much. Here you kind of did an edge highlight, but it's also, you're using white again. All right. Hi, Eric. This is Nim. Nim. Hi, Eric. Apologies if I'm doing this wrong. I just entered this in MPO online as my first bust and first comp. Would love feedback you have that I can either use to implement this or improve this piece or carry forward into future pieces. I'm pretty new to the hobby, so any advice you have would be appreciated. Okay. Don't like, okay, so the important thing with NMM, right, real quick, Brody or Bodhi, is you don't have to have you have to have gradients inside your edge highlights also, or inside the edges. This is pretty good. Not bad, not bad. First bust, okay. Pretty good. Got a little spaghetti hair going on. All right, we got some spaghetti hair. Skin seems pretty nice. Got some good shadow work. All right, so what's the problem though? What do you guys see? What's the number one thing? What's the number one thing you see? All right, let's make it in value scale wise. All right. No, I think the skin's okay. But there's a problem with the skin and everything else. What do you see the difference is here? Look at this. Look at her skin compared to the skulls. Either the skulls are lacking highlight or the skulls are lacking shadow. Yeah. So the issue is a difference in value contrast here, right? There's like a level of value contrast to the skin that is inconsistent with the rest of the piece. Okay, can you see that now? Like how dark the shadows of the skin are? Like, this is dark, dude. This is like almost black, right? Compared to the skulls, for example, like the brightest the skulls get is this. If I put this on her skin, oops. Same, way different, right? Like this is so much darker than the one next to it. Okay? So what does that mean? How do we fix that? Well, one option would be, if you like the level of definition to the skulls, one option would be don't go so dang dark on the skin, right? So maybe the darkest shadow of the skin is something more of a mid-tone, right? Maybe this is as dark as the skin should go. Yeah, so just try and be a little more balanced, right? Between contrast, okay? And then like there's some parts here on the leather straps that I think the edge highlighting and stuff has gotten a little too thick. I think you also probably could have played with some shadows like on the shoulder to give her a little like shape here, right? Give the bicep a little shape. Make sure you get these sorts of tones in between, but okay. Maybe even go darker on some of the leather here. Create more separation. We want to create separation between elements. So we have the number one thing we should be relying on is value contrast. Do not be afraid to go like dark, quite dark with certain elements. Hey, you went quite dark on the head. I like that. All right. So that's sort of the big things I see. Then I think maybe this, you could probably darken this down. Like now that I've darkened that leather down, I would probably darken this down a little bit too, so it's not quite so similar to the skin. Also, it's just not very interesting, so you can reduce it. Yeah, you could. Okay. All right. Cigar Smitty, hello. Welcome. Thanks for following. All right. Let's see what we got. So that was Nim. What'd you enter that? You entered that in MPO standard? I wonder what you got. Hi, Eric. Could you give me some feedback? I could check right now what you got and then not tell you. That would be super mean. I don't know what you got. I didn't judge standard. Paul. Hi, Eric. Could you give me some feedback on this diorama, please? The minis are 28-32 millimeter size. I'm hoping to enter this into a comp. What is this, Trench Crusade? Is this Trench Crusade? Is that what I'm looking at? This looks like it would be. All right, here's what I'm going to talk. Here's what I'm going to say real quick about comp and consider presentation, right? So when I look at this, also when I look at this guy, this is a bit of a psychological thing, I think, because you can paint a good figure and put it on a gaming base. But I think there's, and this is not a gaming base either, I don't think this is a gaming base, but there's something about like elevating it and putting it on a plinth that I think gives it a bit more of like a finished presentation. And I think the psychological aspect of it is like when you enter a figure on a gaming base or a small base like this, you like kind of say the intention of it is like different than when you put it on a plinth where it's like, no, this figure is meant to be displayed and looked at. It's not for gaming, you know? Even if the paint job is the same either way, there's this like small psychological element of how you choose to display it. So my recommendation would be to put it on a taller plinth. As far as the painting goes, it's very, I don't want to say GW heavy metal style, because it's not quite, but it is pretty like thick line dependent. It has a bit of that like older heavy metal style look to it. And for me, I think it's not bad, but there's definitely like some thick lines that I think you could smooth out some parts to make it feel more finished. Like there's some thick lines back here, right? Like some of the blending on the cloth in particular definitely could be smoother. I don't know how much I'm gonna like paint on this guy. It's 3 figures. I mean, I think I could just explain like, then I think the base needs some love, right? Like the base is really dark, other than like a couple skulls. I don't know how much. And the other thing I'll say, I'm gonna just grab this to mark it up. We can do some markup. Like I think the painting is okay, but yeah, it could be smoother. All right, let's think about a painting competition. Yeah. Okay, if it's an online competition or any time you're painting a display model, there's probably an intention that you're going to look at it in a particular way. So we've got 3 models here, and only one of them I can really see. Yeah, like I can kind of see. He's not bad. But this guy, like, I can't see what's going on with him much at all. So what I would do is I would rotate this guy more this way. I would rotate this guy a little bit this way. Less than the other one. But him quite a bit more, like by like almost 90 degrees. Right? So I could see all the figures from like one view. Then my other recommendation is this guy's getting a little lost in the back. So I like his very triangular shape to him. I would elevate him more. Okay? So push him up. Is he important? He seems important, right? I would move him upwards so that when we look at it, the scene has a much more like triangular shape, you know? I want to see the piece. Like I want to look at it, like especially from that main view, I want to see the pieces together, see them interacting. And even then, I would probably choose one of these two so they're not on the exact same level. I would choose to elevate one of these slightly more than the other. So I would probably move this guy up slightly, turn him a little bit, leave this guy on the bottom, move him, and then move this guy upwards some, or move this guy up quite a bit, like almost like this much higher. Okay. Then I would try and, do a little more. The base needs a little bit more love. Okay. All right, how are we doing on time? All right, I'm going to take another quick break. When we come back, we're almost caught up. We got a Gundam and a Goblin. We're getting there. All right. Give me a couple minutes and I'll be right back. What up, guys? How we doing? Where are we at? Okay, Gundam. Little Gundam Assemble Mini I painted up and would appreciate your thoughts. Thanks for the welcome back. Thanks. Looks like a Strike Gundam to me. What would I do different? Would I do really anything different? Maybe. You know what? That's a good. I like your thought process here. Let's look. Strike. Gundam MG. Let's look at the box art. You mean this box art where it literally is the box art? Come on. Come on, Google image search. God, I hate Google image search so much. All right, what do we see? What do we... So, something interesting about... Oh my God, no, leave me alone. One thing I kind of see here is... if we think about space, right? Not a lot of ambient light in space, okay? So you're going to have kind of darker shadows. So let's take and pull up this guy. So yeah, one thing I think you could do is definitely like push contrast more. You could paint the dang eyes on him. Jeez. What's this? What is this amateur hour? Kidding. But yeah, you should paint the eyes. Yeah, I think we should try and push the lighting a little bit more, right? So let's try and like really get some nice bright reds and stuff in here. I like the red of the torso. I like this one, but I think you could push the red a little bit more on the wings. I also think you could probably push the edge highlights a little more on the wings. So the wings don't really have any edge highlights right now. That doesn't mean use like, you know, white edge highlights like you did on the, what's it called? But it could use some, right? Wherever they are, right? Something to pull those out a little bit. Maybe a little more on the feet. And then I would try and push the contrast a little more here, the definition on these parts. Then I think you need some like blacker elements to like improve some of the separation on some of the gray parts a little more. So just increasing some of this dark lining around the like, just the gray. Like in here in this like deep section of his whatever you want to call this, his ankle joint, right? Like this can get quite dark in here, and this will help create some further separation. Same with like these guys, right? Like try and dark line some of this stuff a little heavier in order to like really, especially like in between the fingers and whatnot, like try and create some further separation so that we've got some like nice deep shadows and like sharp line weight here to create very clear like, yeah, line separation. Paint the lens or else I'm going to be very upset with you. I'm going to be so mad if you don't paint the eyes on this guy. I don't know what color eyes he has. But if he's anything like the other Gundam, they're probably either like green or red, depending on, I'm guessing they're green. Because they kind of just kept going with green. Where's his lens, his And then, yeah, I think you could, like on the gun, right? Try and sharpen these stuff up. These edge highlights, right? Edge highlights on stuff like this is what's going to make this guy, like this thing, look sharper and more mechanical. Okay? So don't be afraid to really like push some of the edge work on this stuff. Like it's well, interesting. Interesting is my way of saying a little odd. I don't quite understand the decision to edge highlight some elements and then not edge highlight others. But yeah, you could push these more. Okay. So, something like that. Let's see, before now. See just how much like sharper everything looks? Got it. All right. Hello, Eric. Would love some general feedback on this goblin to push it even further. If you have any recommendations and want to share your insights for basing materials, I'd be happy to hear about your preferences and your approach to basing in general, as much as you're willing to talk about it. Sure, I'd love to speak about... Oh, is it doing the thing again? Oh my god. Ugh, so mad. Hold on. Stupid Discord. Won't let me save images while it's plugged into the... I don't know why it just randomly started doing, like, does that sometimes. Basing. So, when it comes to basing, I have pretty strong feelings. I know. I had to unplug the iPad. So when it comes to basing, you have to, like, one of the things that drives me crazy is when the style is too mixed. So things like flock and stuff tend to have a more realistic style, right? So they often end up working better on figures that have a more realistic style basing approach. But this guy has sculpted elements on his base. So if you combine these sculpted mushrooms with realistic flock, it often ends up like really stylistically clashing in my opinion. And this is why I would go with a more like stylized sculpting or stylized basing approach, using more sculpted or printed elements. Things like epic basing makes some really cool like printed plants and mushrooms and things that have a bit of like GW style flair to them. This way the whole piece has like a sort of coherent finish to it, right? If you want to go with the realistic one, I think that works with a figure that is sculpted in a realistic way. But I think combining, like mix and matching the two styles often doesn't really work and creates this like visual disconnect between the figure and the base, right? And even more so when the figure includes scenic elements in it. All right. So that is my opinion. You can feel free to disagree with if you want. You're allowed to be wrong. But that's my thoughts on basing. Now, as far as the painting, kind of like the guy and the horse from Demon. The guy and the horse. Andy's? Yeah, I talked about you're talking about Andy's one where he's holding up the where he's like standing in front of the horse. If you're talking about that one, then yes. And I've spoken about that piece before. And it's of awesome work, but that does bother me a little bit about that figure. Because Andy's really good at doing realistic basing, but then also the base combined some sculpted element like plants, and it was a little jarring for me. There was like sculpted ferns, but really realistic flock, and I think Andy does awesome realistic bases. So it was like, there was something like, whoa, this is weird. Your brain just goes like, there's something weird going on. As far as the figure goes, it's pretty good. It's not bad. It's a little much. There's a little much in terms of color. Like there's not really a the color palette is kind of everywhere. What color did we not include? Basically red, right? The only thing missing is red. Yeah, we're everywhere. And we're also everywhere in terms of saturation. Like we are using some high saturation colors on the whole wheel, which can cause some really like, it's hard to choose a place to look, right? I think, yeah, the yellow helmet probably draws. Oh, the eyes are red. We're good. We got all of them. It can be a bit tough because your eyes like don't know where to look because everything is vying for attention. So this is one of those places where I would go like, maybe you should like cut a color or like tone it down. Let's say we gotta have yellow, right? We got this nice like yellow orange. Okay, that one can't go. We gotta have that one, right? So that's fine. Okay, yellow is a must. Can't get rid of it. Need it. Right? We got orange. I like the orange and the what's it called. It's pretty good, right? That's fine. We got yellow and orange. We got some like lime greeny colors too of this the goblin, right? These are not as saturated, but they're still pretty dang saturated. Okay, so we got this sort of analogous color palette going on. And then we've got some like more true green kind of tones like this, but they're still on the greener side. So there's this analogous color palette that goes through green, yellow, and orange. But then we just like jump to like teal, this like teal, blue, and purple. Well, if yellow is the center of this analogous, right? What can we do? We can use the purple. The purple works. Okay, so we can use like purple as a complementary over here. So we're creating not only an analogous color palette like this, but also creating a complementary this way. But then, yeah, the blue just like, it doesn't fit in this like teal. It just doesn't fit in here, right? It's like, it's too outside. It's like hanging out on its own, you know? So how could we change this in order to make this work a little better? I think if we did something like, I'm not saying change this now, right? It's like you've done a bunch of work on this, but what if we use something like this color instead? What if we use like a desaturated sort of orange? Maybe something even more like this kind of fleshy tone. Does this feel a little more balanced? Oh, don't get me wrong. I like the blue too. It's very nice. But it's nice like this by itself. Right? As a whole, this is much more even something like that, right? This is much easier to digest, you know, if you look at it that way. And puts a lot more attention on the goblin. Okay. The other thing I would do is if you're going to play around with these, right? Let's play around with the violet, you know? Why not? Why not put some violet in the armor then? You know, create some. This is the problem with some steel recipes right here. This is the brain going, I need to use a teal blue for my steel. Right? Why not a little violet in the steel, you know? And then instead of like light pale blue, what if we used something like okay. So you can play around with these colors. Like you don't have to just do steel blue, like this teal kind of gray to do steel. Like you can make steel look like steel and play around with other colors that you're using in your color palette and create a more harmonious palette overall, you know? Make sense? All right. Oh, last one from before we're on newer ones from the last episode. Gino Gustidero de Eiro. All right, we got the Bobby G. Hello, Eric. I am close to finish this model and would appreciate your feedback, especially on the armor and the gold trim. Go look at this one. Okay. Not enough shadows. It is too much white, too bright. There is no dark elements to the gold. Okay. Yeah, it's just yellow, dude. Like this is just yellow. Where are these sorts of brownish these like deep yellow ochre tones? This is so important. Like there's no shadow here at all. Right? This is just one like yellow strip. Okay? You've gotta include the darker tones in your metals, okay? So you're losing too much of that, and you need probably even darker than what I'm doing here. Oops, I'm on the wrong layer, whatever. Right? We've got to get some of those. Metal needs contrast. Like it's gotta have high contrast, or else it doesn't read as metal. Okay? Why? Why does it need high contrast? Or why doesn't it read as metal without the high contrast? Because metal reflects the environment, and the environment is going to have light and it's going to have shadow. So it's going to reflect these very dark elements. It's going to reflect these very bright elements. And it's going to create a much more it's going to have a much broader spectrum of values than your other materials. Okay? So you need these sorts of tones, or else like here, right? This should all be like way darker. Then you can add the lights, all right? Then you can start adding these sorts of like really bright ice yellowy sorts of tones that you need to create the final lights of this stuff. Okay, so this is when you start pushing in these like whites and things to create that high contrast. All right. Window, hello, and Clacker, hi. Sorry, if I missed you. All right. So you need the darks in order to make the brights feel bright. All right. Gotta have them. Like there's no shadows between these feathers and stuff. Then your armor needs some dark lining. You need some better dark line. Like there's no dark line between the boots, right? Like there should be. Whoop, wrong layer. Right, there should be dark lining here. Where's the dark lines? Pretty sure this whole bottom, I don't know. Anyways, you get my point. All right, so you need those darks. Gotta have them. Then the sword. Quickly, I'll talk about the sword since I didn't talk about the flame sword on the other part. The sword should be very bright, okay? So you need the brightest part of the flame to be the center. Then it gets darker as you get outside, right? So that as you get away from the center, it starts to get darker. Wherever the hot, like, because the flames are coming from the middle, mostly the middle of the blade, right? Then you get darker as you get towards the outsides of the flames. So it's like reverse of like edge highlighting. You want to get a little, or like it's like inverse recess shading, you know? So the thicker, the center of the flame should be the brightest parts. Is that a sprue gate in the Iron Halo? I have no idea. Yes, it is. Anyways, however you wanted this, right? I'm trying to draw this fast, but if you want the sword to glow, that's how you have to do it. Come to Eric's Feedback Friday stream. Get called out for leaving a sprue gate and not painting the eyes on your Gundam. Also find out he's sucking Elden Ring compared to Eric. Yeah. I'll be honest, there was definitely bosses in that game that took me more tries than Millennia. I sometimes struggle with weird bosses. I especially hate gank fights. I don't like gank fight bosses in those games. I have trouble. I have trouble tracking both bosses at the same time. All right, we're back. We're to new stuff now. Mirage builds Lucas. Hey Eric, for a change of pace, for a change, I present you a finished piece. My Fuegan in 75mm. To be honest, I struggled most with the wings. Okay. Just some general feedback is fine. Please be as harsh as you wish. Get to be as hard as I want. I feel like there's a difference between The expansion was nutty difficult at times. Final boss fight, but for me, the final, what's his name, was dumb hard. What is the name of the boss? What is it? Radon? Promise Consort? Yeah, Promise Consort Radon was legit hard. He was way harder than Melania. He took me like 20 some tries, I think. Yes, the wings are in fact not great. I feel like other parts are really good. Like, I like the reflections on the armor. Like, these white reflections all look great. The axe looks nice. The wings are, yeah, they're rough. And I think the problem is you're trying to do this. Since when does Fuegan have wings? I don't know. It's just this model. I think you're trying to do this like reflection pattern on them, and it's just not quite working. It's like, it's it's like too much trying to like do this thing where they like go down like this, and then you have this sort of like double arcing thing going on, right? So let's try and simplify a little bit. Okay. We want the wings to be, I just don't think there's enough gray here. Like, I think you need a little bit of you guys are talking about Eldar stuff, and I don't know anything about it. I think you need some more of this gray. All right, there's like too much black, and if you're trying to do a black metal, then it's too white. All right, I like some of the shapes you got going on, but you need to blend these a little. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave some of them a little brighter, and then some of these ones down here we're going to tone way back. Okay, like, I would let the edges do most of the work here. And I like this shape, okay? So what you have is we'll grab this. You have this shape, right? So it's not it's not this, it's this. All right, and that's cool. And that like plays, I think, quite well. So let's like lean into that effect and try and create more of that sort of shape, right? Because this makes it feel like this is hollow, like it's concave, but we want it more convex. Like these wings are layering underneath each other almost. So we can start to play with stuff like that, and then I'm gonna like cut this back so that there's more reflection on the top side of the wing. Like both edges do not need the same level of edge highlight on these. All right. Then now you can like start to really push some of the brighter parts where you're going a little more blue, and you want to create that sharp line that's cutting across. But like this one, all right, so then this one comes down, then it comes back up, and then it cuts back down. So you're creating this sort of like zigzag here that goes back and forth. So it's like, how do I show this? Let me do it on another layer real quick. So you're doing this sort of thing where it's like, it's going to come up, it's going to cut across, it's going to go down, it's then going to come back up, go down, come back up, go down, come back up, go down. Right? Can you see that? Okay. And then, like I said, if we want it to be black, like it's black metal, probably just reduce it across the board. If you don't like the wings that much, don't let them distract you. Okay. It's fine to let things be a little on the darker side. Okay, something like that. For the other parts, I like it a lot. It's very cool. Very cool. Black. Black. Let these parts be dark, okay? Anyways. You're welcome, Baker. All right. Yeah, they're just too symmetrical too. They're like too much of like trying to do the same thing on each one. Those things are like wrapping up and around, so you need to think about like the more general shape of the non-metallic before going just on each individual feather. Hey Eric, this was my piece from Dogma 48 event in Austin. Had a blast. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. This looks pretty cool. This is pretty cool. Shadow side probably needs a tiny bit of work, but it's not too bad. Like some more slightly more occlusion, but in the like between the planks and stuff. Probably a little more occlusion back in these parts. But I like the water. I like the sword's pretty good. Probably could be slightly sharper, or probably slightly more texture on the hat, but overall I think this is quite nice. How's the general kind of like his face mask is really weird. I don't know what's going on with the face of this model. I really have no clue like what the heck I'm looking at, to be honest. Is he a fish? Is he a turtle? Like, what is this? Is it a whale? Why are you guys seeing whale? Like, where's his mouth? What am I looking at? He's got a tail. Am I crazy? Is he a beluga whale? Is that why he's got a bump on his forehead? What am I? I'm taking crazy pills, you guys. I have no idea what this figure is supposed to... Like, I can't read its face at all. Oh! Wait, hold on. Hold on. Is that his mouth? Or is that a mustache? Has he got an underbite? Not an overbite, but an underbite. Dude, I was so confused. I could not read this sculpt at all. Guys, I think this is his mouth. And then these are his nostrils. And there's his eyes. Half the chat just like, what? Oh, I see it now. Okay. So in that case... Okay. All right. Okay. So this makes sense now. I'm not so sure the pink is working, because what's happening is this is making it really difficult for me to like read what the heck I'm looking at. Like it's too much of a mask, and I can't like read his face. Then if you're going to do that, like this should help the lips, because the pink is like, why am I doing it this way? Just do it on a, and I did it on the same layer, dang it. Okay, guys, we figured it out. So, because the pink is like so much more saturated and it looks like a mask, it's making it really hard to read. I'm trying to just grab like a generalist tone here. It's the same. It's making it very difficult to read like his certain small facial features. Okay. So what I would recommend is like toning this back, and this should help to like make his mouth more readable. I don't know if it's supposed to be a mask, but judging by the painting, I'm going to go with it's not. All right. Now we can hopefully see that like the more pinkish mouth is actually his mouth. Also, if he's a fish, I don't know why his nose would be like super reddish, like humanoid. Yeah, it was giving me some Ninja Turtle vibes too. It might be based off a fish with weird patterns. It could be, but it's making it more difficult to read than it needs to be, you know? Then we're going to use some of these shapes. All right. So we're going to tone down a couple of these to like make this look more like a chin. We're going to try and pick out some of his, like, with highlights, pick out some of the more important facial features here. So like the eyes. Okay. And then reduce some of the other features. And then we need something to make his mouth a little more obvious. I was so confused by his face before. Now I feel like I can kind of see his face. But yeah, just the sculpt is weird. This is probably like too much of a line here, especially since you're doing it like a more gradual under here. So I would try and soften this transition out. Same with this one over here. I would try and make it not just like an instant change and even like bring some of that color like up under the neck. His mouth, he's like this. He's got a big chin, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it's like maybe getting rid of that dark shadow there would help to make it more, I don't know, that made it worse somehow. Yeah, like a grouper. Yeah, I would try and work some of the green. I would probably have worked a little more green into the skin as to not like make it too humanoid. But I think it's pretty cool. I mean, the lighting and stuff is quite nice, but yeah, the face of the model is... Sorry, Sam, I just spent like 5 minutes going like, what the heck am I looking at? I feel like I'm trying to fix the sculpt instead of fix your painting, but... Okay. Masa. We will look at one of them. Is there a specific? Did he say a specific one? He says pick one. Just pick any one I want. That's pretty good. This one's pretty good too. I like the shadow side. It's pretty nice. All right, let's look at this one. Okay. So, this is a good one in a lesson of creating separation through values, right? Because there's a lot going on this figure. And I feel like you did a better job on some of the other ones, but I can show it well on this one, where it's very difficult to read just because there's so much detail, right? You've got ropes and cloth and fur and skulls and chainmail and jewelry and hair and leather belts and everything, right? So there's so much going on that it becomes very difficult to see what we want to look at, right? Or to like what I would refer to as like a visual hierarchy to the model, you know? Do you guys know what I mean when I say visual hierarchy? Yeah, exactly. Like, what are we... Yeah, so basically, like, in terms of details, which details or which materials are, like, more important? Where do we want the viewer to look? What do we... how do we frame certain things, etc., right? So there's going to be parts, like, might be too much noise on each one of these things in order to, like, make these clear what we're looking at, right? So we can use some shadows and things, like just letting certain materials be darker or lighter, depending on if we want them to be important or not, right? In order to pull the attention where we want, okay? So things like his hair, right? If we're going to do a light white beard, okay, let it be a light white beard, right? Maybe the skulls need to be a little brighter than the surrounding areas. Maybe these skulls, maybe this fur, maybe this fur. Right, so we start to create the visual information that tells us what is what, right? So we're not putting each element next to each other that's like all the same value. So we start to create some value separation between elements and increase the readability of certain elements, right? So like maybe this rope needs to be a little lighter so that it stands out even more against the darker leather next to it. Maybe this underskirt then needs to be brighter so it stands out against this chainmail, right? Then possibly we need to increase some of the value like here, like And then we can start using value to better define forms. So like his face is more important. We can increase the light on his crown, right? We can increase the light on his face, not that much. Okay, we're already starting to pull some focus now and create visual separation. All right. We can give him some more volume in here, just like to increase a bit the view on the chest and the hair, right? But leaving the belt kind of dark to create a visual separator there. Right? So all of this sort of combines. We play with the values here, and now we should see that through shadows, right? We push the shadows. That helps lower the value on certain elements. Right? And then pushing the values up on other elements creates much more focus and attention and helps to separate things more clearly. Okay? Thumbs up. Rui, did I look at this? Updated pics below. Okay. This is a mid-project check. Still a lot to work on. Helmet shape was pretty complex to figure out. Wanted your opinion on if it's working and just your general opinion on the direction this is going. Okay. This is the updated pics. All right, so face seems quite nice. Yeah. So struggling with the helmet. So what is going to help us with this? All right, so first of all, we're going to find whether this is the main view or this is the main view, one of these two. Right? We're going to find what that main view is. Okay? I think it's probably somewhere in between the two. Okay? So not quite this one, not quite the other one, but something in between. This is very linear, and you need to focus more on big shapes first. It's too many lines. Way too many lines, right? It's like line, 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 line. Line, 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 line. And it just all becomes like lines, right? We need shape. Okay, so we want to block this into a bit larger form and shape, right? So first of all, this should be quite dark, right? We need to create separation in the plane, the here, but this is like, you could do this later, but just trying to do it for example purposes. So where's that main highlight? All right, so the main highlight is here. So that's fine, we can do that. All right, we're gonna use this bright highlight here. And we big, medium, small. There's a principle in art, right? Is this like big shape, medium shape, small shape idea. You can go bright, mid-tone, dark, right? Big, medium, small. So we want to start to one, and this has the same issue that some of the other non-metallics that we've had, right? We need to first determine that big overall shape. And then we can start determining medium shape. Medium shape, all right. Then we can go maybe slightly brighter, slightly more saturated or something. Small shape, small shape. Then we can go big shape again, but this time maybe we go dark. Big shape, right? Maybe there's a small shape in between here somewhere that's like a little darker. Okay, so big, medium, small, right? So we're trying to like not be too regular with it, okay? If it's too regular and like, why is this so white, right? There shouldn't be any difference between this guy and the guy in the other one, all right? So this is just like a thing that's built on top, right? So this is too bright. Okay, then we can build, maybe there's some light here, and then that light sort of repeats here, and then here, right? So we're creating big, different size shapes. It might be today, the theme might be like, why are you guys putting so much white in your golds? You need color to inform you what it is, you know? Then you can use edges to define, right? And maybe this part gets like a bright little section here because it flares out like that. But more shapes. Then you blend them together, right? Then you can blend in between or whatever. But we need to create noise and form somehow. And then this guy over here, so we'd have something else, right? Big, medium, small, right? All that jazz. And then focusing on the planes. So this plane would be quite bright because it's facing towards the main view. So this one would catch a reflection. And then maybe parts of this internal part of this lip might catch a reflection. Something like that. Okay. So don't focus too much on these like tiny lines. Focus first on shapes. And then you can play around with the shapes and start to like bend and warp them and stuff, which will make this even more like interesting and realistic as you warp the shape around the edge. Okay. Well, this is how this metallic effect, when we're talking about this like metallic effect that we were sort of talking about on Fuegen's wings, right? The shape is linear this direction, but then when it gets close to the edge and there's some warping in the material, then it starts to like bend around that edge. Also modulate the color of the gold more, all right? Don't leave it so linear, all right? And I think that should help you out. The guy can kind of paint faces now, all right? He's getting there. He's a danger. Like, watch out for Rui. But yeah, more non-metallic practice. Definitely more on the metallic practice side. Winston P. Smith. Hi, Eric. You kindly gave feedback on my Belthanos a while ago. This is right. I'd be grateful for general feedback. I'm happy with the carapace, but found the sculpted details of the legs a bit tricky. The base has just been a quick dry brush so far, blah, blah, blah. I was wondering about painting some markings on top of the abdomen. Maybe using the blue-gray from... Please don't. It's noisy enough already. Don't do anything more. Like, there's already so much noise and shape. Oh, my bad. My bad. Thank you for the reminder. This is why I got you here, chat, to keep me in line. Steve, didn't you updated pics below? Okay, there you go. All right, scroll back. I'll remember to scroll back up this time. I promise. All right. Steve was working on stuff. I know I think he was talking about gemstones the other day, if I remember correctly. Right? Steve was here earlier. Is he still around? Let me see if he's talking about the gemstones. No, he just posted the picture. Tried to do cold skin, though I feel like I fought the sculpt of the face a lot, as I wanted to practice painting fur and hair. Thank you for... Okay. Well, the fur is quite good, and the skin is quite good. I think we could... So there's two ways to kind of do a cold effect, okay? One is you can play around with cold highlights, right? So you can either make the highlights colder and the shadows a little on the warmer side, right? Something like this. You can do it this way, and this can give you a very cold ambience, okay? So more cold bluish lights, right? But slightly warmer shadows. And let me put another one in. Insert a photo, same guy. I'm going to insert it, and then let me actually duplicate this one. Okay, so we have the original. Let's turn that one off. Or what if we make the shadows colder? No, not the highlights. But this one, this is like the I'm in the snow. So we make really cold shadows, but then we make the highlights on the slightly warmer side. And you guys can look at them and tell me which one you think gives you that cold feeling, right? So you have this one, or you have the original, right? Braving a blizzard. Well, then for me, this feels more like I'm in the snow, but there's a sun, right? This one feels like a blizzard to me. So between the three, which one feels like a blizzard to you? Tarugma, hello. And I want you to look and see just how cold these colors actually are now that we've done this. Like, see these like gray greens? You think cold shadows? I don't think cold shadows feels like a blizzard though. Right? This doesn't feel like a blizzard. This feels like he's like in the ice, you know? Beyond the Box Art, hello. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. How you doing? So yeah, this one, so what I want you to see is like just how cool the tones in gray these tones get, right? They're like almost into these like green teal sort of colors, right? These like yeah, warmer shadows, right? Warmer, but doesn't mean like literally warm. Like you can see they're kind of this like gray magenta, okay? So they're not like, these are just kind of gray, right? Like, yeah, there's some gray blue, but they're kind of gray neutral, right? You can lean into making these slightly warmer, you know, like now it's shifted kind of purplish, this sort of magenta color or whatever, and then you play with like very cold highlights, like we're to the point where you're like mixing teal and like it's like this. No, you guys can't see that, but it's like these sorts of colors, right? This or this, right? Like this like glacier blue. You're using those as highlight tones instead. Okay. As far as the hair, the fur, like I think it's pretty good. What I would say is you need a couple more spots where you bridge these. All right. So I'm gonna take this sort of color. Hope you had a good stream. Hope so don't be afraid to like let some of these hairs cross over into other lines and volumes, right? This will make this a little more cohesive. I can see you've done it some places here, but like even doing something like that or whatever, like you can have some hairs that will create a more natural volume, right? Or a more cohesive form. Okay. I know you're asking about the hair. Well, we talked about the ambience. Let's talk quickly about the gems. Because there was a big discussion the other day. Gems are sort of like metallic. We want that gemstone here to be like nice and bright on that corner one. Okay. So it's like where that reflection would be. So this top one is going to get like a reflection of the light source. And you can play around with some stuff like this. And yours are a little reversed. So you want it to be darker towards the top. So especially the center section might, if it's not facing directly at the light source, might be a little on the darker side. Now this one's facing kind of upwards, so it's going to reflect whatever the sky is, right? So you might have something like that. And then this one might be a little more blue towards the bottom. And then as the light like goes through the gemstone, you actually get more of that color like towards the bottom of the gem. Okay. So this is like a literal reflection on top. It's like a glassy reflection on top of the stone. and then the light passes through. Same over here. Because the light enters through here, and then it reflects out the bottom. It also like bounces around inside, but this is sort of like the general sort of thought process. Yeah, because you're supposed to imagining the light like actually like entering the gem, bouncing around inside, and then the light scattering out the bottom, right? All right. How are we doing? Oh, we finally got to this GIF that won't stop popping up. See, I remembered this time. I did a coaching with him about this, so I'm going to skip it. We already talked about it. Leo Lin. Unless he posted a picture. Okay, cool. So, yes, he did some work. Yeah, we did a call on this model. I don't believe you that it didn't download. My pen nib is coming off. Okay. Cool. This looks sweet. The lenses came out really nice, actually. So I dig that. Look at this. You could see the tree line reflecting, the horizon of the tree line reflecting in the lenses, huh? And then that's supposed to be the strap, like, going behind the lens. So it's like the strap of the gas mask reflected or showing through. So I think it came out pretty well. See, you've adjusted some shapes here. I still think the nose is a little off. Some of the texture and stuff, I feel like the helmet could maybe use some more texture. So I think you could use some more lines here. So it's a little too scattered. I'd like to see like just more. Like double the amount of lines. They're a little too spaced out. Is that freehand on the shirt? The blue pattern? Yeah, that's freehand. Yeah, so the nose here, we want to just make some quick fixes. So the shadow here is all right. Like we can have a dark shadow, but we need to, that shadow will also affect this nostril, right? As the light comes across the face like this, it's going to, the bridge of the nose here, right, is going to shadow that nostril. So it won't really catch, if it does catch light, it's only going to catch it a little bit, but it's very difficult to like angle your nose in such a way that like one side of it's in shadow and you're just, basically what I'm saying is it's very difficult to get a Rembrandt light on one nostril, you know? So you could do it a little bit, but you don't want much. And then, yeah, we want to soften this a little because it's a little too sharp, right? So try, like, this is the shape we're trying to avoid. Like, we don't want this. Like, I feel like I see that a lot. The Star Trek shape, you know? Like, this is round, like this is rounded, right? So it goes like this. And then this is rounded, and then this is rounded this way. So this cuts this way and then goes back. Okay? So try and avoid like any hard lines here. Okay? Too many hard lines makes the face look really unnatural. So try and round the shape over a little bit more. Even there, I think you still went a little too dark on that side, but okay. So I think that'll fix the nose, right? So, oops, what happened? Oh, this, right? So before and that, and then some subtle adjustment there. Yeah, like this level of texture is a little better than what's going on in the helmet right now. The gun looks better. The glove is still not as small of dots as I think, maybe. And then one thing I would say on the, yeah, I feel like you fixed some of this stuff. So I'm kind of reviewing, you guys might not be getting this because I'm kind of like visually reviewing things that we talked about in a private coaching. So just like double checking some things that I looked at before. But yeah, I think this turned out pretty nice. There's like some nice variation in material values and everything. And I think the face is pretty good. Still think you could have pushed the light maybe just a touch more. Like ever so slightly, like increase the light just a little bit more on a couple parts. This could be the photography, but just to give it a little more life. Paint the black. Well, yeah, this is not the final plinth either. It's probably just a temporary one. But yes, I do recommend painting the brass rod. I don't like seeing actual brass rods. So I doubt that's the final plinth there. What is happening? Stop it. What time are we at? Okay, I'm gonna take another quick break. It's almost 11. What app am I using? I'm using okay. Another historical. Leolian. Just joined the group after watching some of Eric's superb content on YouTube and Twitch. Oh, thank you. This is my first historical bust, and I'd appreciate some feedback. This is, what's his name, from, who's this, Band of Brothers? He's in Band of Brothers, right? I'm trying to get through them. Okay, so what do we think? I think it's not bad. I think there's definitely some parts here where what is historically accurate and what is good for the painting might be counterintuitive. For me, the scarf being the same as the camouflage, or not camo, but the green is not really working. That's going to be a bit of a problem since you've put snow on the model. I always have trouble because there's like things that I think could look cool and things that are historically accurate that I'm like, ooh, would this be historically accurate to do? I don't know, because I'm not a World War II expert by any means. I did hit 40 though, so maybe it's time. I'm in my 40s. Maybe it's time to be to really get into World War II documentaries and films. So, but that's a joke. Let's think about the face. Let's talk about the face because that's something you can paint on. All right. So we've got this very top-down lighting since we have a shadow going across his face like this. Okay. We need more shadow under the chin. We've got the shadow on the nose. That's good. Yeah, we could push the contrast a little more here. Okay. All right. Shadow under the lip. You have a little more shadow here. Okay. Now, he's a little, he's like puckering his mouth a little bit. Like the sculpt of the figure's get a little puckered. So let's try and pull this shape out a little more. All right. Then I'm going to completely repaint these because don't draw these as lines. These smile lines, they're not lines, okay? Bad. Don't do that. Don't do this with the, don't make him a cat either, all right? When you paint that like dark, this thing, like, meow, he turns into a kitty cat, okay? So we want to create some definition around the nostril. Then this, I've talked about this many times, but this is this shape, especially because the light is coming down from above, right? The ones on the side of the face, they're going to start to go away as you get to the, as it gets more vertical. As it goes this way and starts to go more vertical, they begin to disappear because the light can't affect them as much. All right. So not needed. Goodbye. Not needed. Adios. Hasta never. All right. We don't want it. We don't want that. All right. So what we want is we want a shape that's sort of triangular like this that rounds at the top. Okay. We can warm this up a little bit. So you have this sort of shape here from the cheek, okay, that creates that fold there. All right. Then, so you have this combination. So you get the Batman symbol. All right. We create the Batman without the ears. So the cast shadow of the nose and the cheek, the nasal fold, right? We get the Batman. Then we begin to like blend this back in. And we can blend this back in with a bit more of these reddish tones to create a softer shape like so. Okay. Now let's look at the difference. So that changes the shape of the mouth and the nose. Okay, then we start to add some occlusion shadow as it gets closer to things like the eye sockets and stuff. We can add even a little more around the nostril. But then in the cast shadow area, yeah, we have to darken this down a little bit further in order to create some detail and shape inside the shadow areas. And this one is an important one. You need this shadow here over the eyelid or under the upper eyelid. Okay, then we can get fancy with even brighter highlights if we wanted. We could start to push maybe some slightly warm highlights. Okay, we get those. We get these on the lips. And put some in the corner of the mouth. And put some on the cheeks. Now, real quick, watch this. Watch what I'm going to do. All right? I'm going to make a saturation layer. I'm going to take a gray. Okay? I'm going to reduce some saturation in some areas. I'm not going to play with... I'm not going to do the whole like blue, red, yellow thing, right? But I'm just going to tone down the saturation a little bit on the lower part of his face. Okay? And then I'm going to take a very saturated color. The color doesn't really matter. Say red, right? And I'm gently going to up the saturation a little bit. Why is it turning gray still? This is a saturated color. It should turn more saturated. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm going to up the saturation a little bit in these middle sections. Okay? That's because that is like a pure gray or something going on there. So we up the saturation a little in the middle, and then reduce the saturation a little all around the lower parts, creating some more life, and also selling that like that he's in this cold environment effect, you know? Like his cheeks and stuff would probably be quite reddish if it's cold. You know, like the blue, red, yellow idea, I think it's oversimplification of what's really going on. I don't think it's a great way of describing what's really happening. But yeah, but you can really sculpt the expression on a figure. Mike recently painted the Space Marine head. I know you did because I saw the Get Good thing. We'll love to hear some feedback on which areas you think can use improvement. Yes, I definitely use your Marine painting head video as reference. Okay, let's look at a Space Marine face. It's pretty good. All right. So most one, I think it's pretty dang nice. You're not like overdoing any parts really. I like the different. So here's your red, blue, yellow face regions happening, right? But there's also like more red pinks down here and other stuff. So yeah, I think it's pretty strong. My couple spots, I think the eyebrows are a little too thin in a couple spots. Like you want a little heavier towards the middle. Like they tend to be slightly larger towards the middle and then a little thinner towards the outside. Right? So it's a little heavier towards the brow. And if you want to give them a more like angry expression, like lower them a little bit as you get towards the center. So it's like, yeah, they're kind of like scrunched down. So they go kind of like up like this, right? Up and over, yeah. So they should be a little thicker and then they thin out as you get towards the outside. The other thing is the teeth area. Like need to fix this lining a little bit just to create a little more definition here. I'd like the fact that you didn't try and like draw each individual tooth. You don't need to. This is good, but could maybe use slightly more definition. I think here you could get a little bit more shadow under this eye. Like, because the light's coming in from this, slightly from the right, you know, not super crazy from the right, but slightly from the right, you can shadow that eyelid a little more. Same with that one. And then the one other thing I see is maybe slightly more shadow here under the chin. And then I would lift, because your lighting is slightly favoring the right side, I would soften this just a little bit, right? So connect that just a tiny bit. That'll make that, so his face isn't quite so sunken. I like the shape here, but letting it be slightly more or slightly less sunken would be better on that one, because this one's going to get a very heavy shadow, but the other one will not as much. This is all good. I like this. You got that nice, this part right here that's on the temple. It's nice. Probably shadow that slightly just to bring that around a little more. And then, yeah, the nose is good. So overall, I think, yeah, it's really good. But there's a couple spots where I would just make those tiny adjustments, you know. But yeah, this is nice. Here you could up this a little bit because this light, this one's going to be affected more, right? So you want the light on this one to come around slightly more, and then the one on this one to not as much. But anyways, this is like super tiny stuff. You can also like try and shadow that a little bit further if you want, depending on how angry you want to make them. You can reinforce some details a little bit here and there to like either make the expression even more angry or less angry, depending on how you're feeling, you know. Oops. Let me put add the, not a file, cancel sort of photo. So we'll put this back in and just see like the subtle differences. So you get a little more, here you get a little more, it softens the jaw slightly, but gives more expression in the around the eyes, right? Without doing like details in the actual eyeballs, you know, it's like it's about getting that expression right. Because we like they say the expression is in the eyes, right? But really the expression is like in the micro expressions we see in like the eye, the brow and stuff. So cool. Very good. If you want to be a psychopath, you seem like the type. You could try and add like a little bit of rounded shape to the teeth. So you like use a little glaze to give a slight curve to the teeth. But yeah. Anyways, nice. Good Space Marine. Painting tiny faces. Woo! Dave. Mini Painter Dave. Hey, Eric. I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this work in progress. I'm not happy with the leather part belt. I don't feel like the light follows the shape correctly, so I want to redo them. The hair and shield are just early sketches, though I'm happy to hear any suggestions for placing the main light or bounce light on them. You might have. Okay. Doesn't like the belt. Okay. 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 So, yeah. Good rendering on the face. Dave is so smooth, it's absurd sometimes. Yeah, let's pull this up. Okay, so the leather. I like the leather skirt. Leather is tough. So leather, let's work on this piece right here. Okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to darken it a little. All right. That color, multiply. I'm going to tone it down just a little bit. And I would do this with like a layer of smoke or something, like Vallejo smoke. So I would lower the value of it just a little bit, you know, through something like that. Okay. I want to create some separation between the what's it called, the shirt and the skin and the leather. All right. Is he a tuna fish? Is he a tuna? Dude, we were so confused on the face of that model. I don't know how good the review was because we were all just trying to figure out what the heck was going on with his face the whole time. Here, I think you could do the same thing. Like, get some like vibrancy back to the shadows of the leather, right? They're getting a little, not chalky so much, but just like dusty feeling from being like... They're feeling a little washed out. So this is where I find like the like something like a slight inky satin kind of finish can help. I also said a beluga whale, but I was so confused. Okay, so leather. You have two things, all right? You have how leather is made with there's a good picture in the Discord. Someone posted it earlier. Let's go to the general channel and look. Who posted that picture earlier? Guyan did. All right. So let's look at what we've got here. All right. So we've got some leather. Yeah. We've got leather. Look at the dots. All right. So what's happening is some of those dots, right? We're seeing like a web of the leather where it started to crack. So the leather has been dyed on top and it's cracking less down here and cracking more up here. So either it's starting to crack or flake away and that web, right, is starting to show the undyed leather underneath. All right. And what we can see is that you can see, I'm going to save this picture and we're going to analyze it real fast. Okay. So what is this light, right? These are reflections, these super gray. Look how gray this is. It's like almost pure gray, right? You see this gray on top. That's the reflection that's on top of the dyed leather, right? So that's the sky or the light source or whatever it's reflecting. And you might be like, well, there's none of that gray up here until you see in here. Right? And then that gray is still there. That gray's still here. Right? So that gray is still around. It's just not as obvious. So that cold light reflection, it's still in there, but it's harder to see because it's surrounded by this lighter value of the like tan underneath. Okay? And when you have leather, right, if we think about the construction, right, so if we go back to, so we can take a tone like this, these sort of like pinkish gray, whatever, and these are super red, like look at how red this very red, deep brown, you know? So if we think about this sort of like this gray light that we're getting, this gray reflection, all right? Well, we need to think about the construction of the leather. So that means that there's this like more tan. Is the light reflection reduced because of the shape as well? Yeah, I mean, it depends on, it depends on the position and how, because it is it's a specular reflection, just like you would see on, you know, where would the highlight of a non-metallic surface be on this thing? Where would it go? If you had a cylinder here and this was metallic, where would the reflection be? It would be like right here, you know? So, what we have to do is think of it in like multiple layers, all right? We have the core, which is the like more tannish orange leather, all right? Something like this. All right? And that's what's going to show through the cracks and weathering, okay? And it's also going to show on the sides. So we're going to see that like tan, more orangey leather on like the sides and anywhere where it started to like crack and flake. All right. So this is the like the hide underneath, and then on this guy and on this guy and on this guy, right? Here, 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 right? So you have this like orange leather that's under it, and then it starts to like crack and flake away. Right, so maybe you get little like cracks, and depending on where the leather is more worn, it's going to start to reveal more, but you start to do these little like flakes and lines, right? The cracks, whatever. It could be more tannish, it could be more orangish, it depends, you know. Probably depends on what kind of skin it's made from. And whatever the treatment, the tanning process of it is. Okay, so we have the more orangish parts of the leather. Okay, so that's that inside. That's inside, that's underneath the like dyed leather surface, all right? So we start to like build these up, and then we can take this and make it even more tannish if we want, and like do the edge or whatever, and create these cracks and lines and all that jazz, all that fun stuff, right? So this is the material texture, the material weathering, okay? Then on top of the dark section, okay, what kind of light does Dave have here? What color is the light? It's very white, yeah, it's very neutral, very white. So we can expect that like it's going to be a very white reflection on top of the leather. So what happens when you take brown and add white to it, right? It starts to turn this like gray, this very gray tone, okay? These like cool sort of gray tones. This is where we think of, now we're thinking about the reflection on top. Okay, so this is that white reflection that you see in the other picture. And this is the light reflecting off of the darker surface of the leather, all right? So you get this more cool reflection, okay? And these are going to show up where you have like specular shine highlights, all right? So this is the gloss like showing up, okay? And then depending on how shiny it is, you're going to get quite like bright and shiny reflection in here. And if it's the sky, what's going to happen? It's going to turn quite bluish, isn't it? So you're going to get this like very blue-gray kind of reflection on the leather. Okay? So, it's important, and that's going to happen here too on this part of the leather too. This is also going to start to turn quite grayish, right? As this leather starts to reflect the light. If assuming this is, dyed leather, that's going to reflect the light. So yours is kind of opposite, Dave, of how I would have done it, because then you've got this part down here that's quite gray, but really this should be more tan, where it's like showing through and starting to crack and flake away. So the more tan part should be the edge weathering, and the more saturated part should be the edge weathering, and then the more like white reflective part would be the upper part, right? The specular reflection of the dark gray or the dark brown. Yes, Maxime did this on his ogre, and it is very good. Well, you're still going. I had to go to dinner and expect you to be finished. No, we're not done yet. But yeah, cool. All right. Oh, you asked about the shield. I would start thinking about like how her face is going to reflect in the shield and stuff. You could do some interesting reflections here and like play around with some lighter reflections or whatever, but I wouldn't overly complicate it, to be honest. Just, yeah. Keep it simple. Okay. We're almost done. Okay. Bug. Don't do the thing that you asked about. Too much white in the gold. Look at that. Look at that. Why is this also so stripy? That's weird. Dude, the actual bug part is quite good. I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to say about that. The actual like bug, the carapace is pretty sweet. I'm not so sure about the like magenta kind of reflection on the side there. That's a little weird. But this is really good. Here, let's take a look real quick. This reminds me a bit of the weird bust I did by Raul Latorre. So, okay. The gold, simplify this shape. Don't do these lines. This doesn't make any sense. Okay? Where are these lines coming from? This is a big shape on this side. Okay, then you can create a little more information if you need, but separate these two planes from each other. And then if you want, you can put like a brighter yellow reflection somewhere on here, and I would actually have the highest reflection sort of in the center, like this. Something like that. Okay, we talked about gold quite a bit this feedback. All right, now this is cool. I like this a lot. This sort of iridescent thing you're doing, really neat. But we want, you have this swirl, right? So if we imagine this swirl, okay, you're painting it, it's kind of like a non-metallic, but we need to push this blue a little bit further on these parts that are like facing upward. So like let those go in a bit more into the recess a little bit further, okay? So we're thinking of these as like inverted, right? So here you've got this nice bright color. You need that here also. You need it here. Then on the end, then it switches to the inside on the other one, right? So it goes like this. See that? See that line? So that reflection needs to repeat. So this reflection will repeat here and here, but then as it becomes then it becomes the inside of the other one, so we have to reverse it on the other direction. So it's on top, then it goes on bottom, right? You can see that up here also, right? So you're doing it here, it needs to do it here, right? So we got to take that blue and pull this in a little bit more, and then have that nice reflection there and here. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, I am Lord. See what I mean, guys? Can you see it? Are you starting to see the matrix? Are you beginning to believe? So let's look at the difference. And then I would do that here too. And sometimes these reflections might actually show up in the middle of these. This is where it gets like super effed, where it's like actually there would be another reflection like in the recess here. Because if it's on the edge, that means it then repeats also on the central part. So it's like that reflection repeats on the edge and the valley. All right, let's look at the difference. You ready? Which one looks shinier and more iridescent? Right? It's just about consistency, right? You're searching for angles. Then you need some of that like nice shininess on some of these guys, like somewhere, I don't know, here, whatever, somewhere to make them a little more interesting. Like maybe they show up down here or whatever. What's up, dog? Okay. Make sense? Yeah? Hope so. Rawdelic. Hello. Welcome in. Hi, everyone. Hope you're having a good evening. We're doing some feedback sessions. Painting, showing some iridescent bugs. Okay. And I think we're actually... No, we got 2 to go. 3 to go. I'm cutting it off at Murph. And Murph, I'm already mad at you for submitting it at 10:45, you psychopath. At least these guys got it in before. All right, Pawlinski. Okay, Pawlinski, let's take a look. Well, I'm trying to do these kind of fast too, because it's 11:30. We will be done by 12. Okay. Honestly, volumes, not bad. Yeah, legitimately not bad. Need separation. Okay, that's the big one. All right. So your volumes, I know you asked about the volumes. Those aren't bad, but we need black lines, we need separation. It's very important. Okay. Gotta create that separation and definition between these different elements. Okay, don't get too lost in painting this stuff and forget to do this part, because this is very important. Even in these like weird sections here, I don't know what the heck's going on, but these darker sections, you need those occlusion shadows. All right, you need separation in here, however the heck his eyes work. All right, all this stuff needs to be nice and defined. Okay, then more value separation. Okay, getting a little too close, right? So darken some sections. All right, let this, if you're gonna paint this like a dark violet or whatever, let it be dark violet, man. Like, you guys are so scared of letting things be a little dark sometimes, you know? Like, yeah, you can paint this dark. It's all good, right? You want a dark like a nice deep purple material? Okay, let it be deep purple. It's gonna help old Mantua eye. Right, so there's that, right? Let it be material separation, right? This is that same hierarchy thing we were talking about. Oh, Mecha Soldier, hello. Is it okay to have a face that bright compared to every? Yeah, dude. In fact, you know what I was gonna say? I was gonna say that your shadows, you might want to make your shadows a little brighter, because right now you're going quite dark on them, and I don't think they need to be quite that dark. Now, I will say maybe something more like this, right? Some sort of grayish tone, like so, some sort of lavender gray tone like this, right? We want to make sure that these areas are properly shadowed though, okay? So depending on your lighting direction, right? Like, then you can add deeper shadows, and I wouldn't go like too saturated, but just making sure that this stuff is nice and dark. But then like over here, right, we want this on the lighter side, so let this be a little lighter, right? Let that jaw be a little lighter. Then you start to work in the like tiny shapes and stuff, right? So now you can take like this. We want to get that nice and dark. This whole side we want to, in fact, I would probably do some, right? Get under his brow should be shadowed. Okay, there's a tiny volume here. So shadow the brow. All right, so I'm getting the rough shape in, okay? So this is that rough shape. Even the teeth should have some shape to them. Okay? Rough shape, rough outlines, right? Then you start to blend. Then you grab a darker color like down here. You know, these sort of like deep shadowy colors. You do the nostrils. Then you can start to add like the really deep wrinkles to his face and stuff. As this gets like even darker, you get darker as you get towards the hood. You get these like super black areas in here, you know. So these are the occlusion shadows as things get like even darker in the shadow areas, right? Like this is going to go like up into here. I don't know. Is he like a skeleton or a zombie? It's kind of hard to tell, but I assumed he was some kind of lich. Because it seems like there's some sort of skin, but Angry Grizzly mini painting. Hi. Alright, then you can add a little light here if you want some light like casting over. Right? Make that drama. Give it that drama, dude. You know? Like we were talking about with Space Marine. Give them some deep wrinkles and stuff if you're gonna have that that zombified look to him. But I'm not playing so far outside of the scope of the values that I'm working with. You're seeing that like there's still clearly a shadow side and a light side, right? Like here, it's hard to see which side is in light and shadow. Yeah. Now we can see the separation of the two. Like one side is in light, one side's in shadow. But then you start to play with the other values inside of those. All right? Does that make sense? I hope so. If it doesn't, too bad. No, I'm just kidding. Say if it doesn't. But I think it does. Okay. I would darken this thing down too. His weird Pope hat. Or Cardinal or whatever it is. Zombie Pope. Nathan. It's the Wicked Witch. It's pretty good. I like some of the light, yeah. Like the highlight placement here looks pretty good. I think we could use some more highlights. So this is an interesting one because you've got a highlight here. You got a highlight here. You got a highlight. You can see it on the paint. Like this is, right? Like this, the highlight would be like right here, you know? So these all make sense. Where's the highlight on the shoulder? Well, you painted it up here. But you could see on this that it's like really forward, so shouldn't the highlight be like here? This is often very counterintuitive. Same over here. This shoulder doesn't get any highlight. No highlight on that one, right? We might even get some highlight on the neck, but probably not much. And then we get some highlight on this stuff, right? So on the lips a little more, up in here, right? Maybe even some like there, it depends, right? We can play around with some highlight shapes. I actually love when these like playing around with these like more lower highlights than you expect that are like very forward facing highlights. If you want to see an example, look at the Look at the Lady Gladiator I did for Ignis, where because she's like up like this, so the highlights are way lower than you think they would be. They're actually very fun to paint, and I think they can create a very interesting look overall. Especially if she's like, if your plan is to have her like kind of looking down on you, right? You can often get some highlights like, you could get a highlight like on the underside of this volume. Like, look, if I do this, yeah, look what happens when I go from here, right, where the highlight is like right in the center of my nose and kind of on my cheek, right? It's like here and here. This disappears and then this becomes a highlight area, you know? And then this highlight on my forehead moves from up here to like right here, right? So a little tilt of the head, if you're like looking up at someone, can create some like very interesting dynamic highlights that might be much lower than what you expect. And I think they can be quite fun to play with. So maybe this wouldn't be as highlighted because they're going to be lower, you know? Just depends on what kind of look you're going for and exactly what like angle of lighting you're aiming for, you know? But like you could end up with a highlight like this. And then this highlight here is going to be like on her arm. Can be kind of, yeah, like I said, it could be counterintuitive, but then this would be like much more green up here. Okay. This is why it's going to be really good to follow the like reference photo you've taken for highlight placement, right? And then probably if you're going to do like a dark shadow like that, like you've got this sort of shadow here, right? Probably need to darken that more, connect these or something. And then you probably want some kind of shadow that goes like at least a little bit across here. Would the underside of the hat need to be lit up more with that more direct lighting? No, it's not direct lighting because look at the hat. The hat's prime. The hat is just black right now, right? But we've got this is all dark under here, right? This is the edge is like the brightest part. The highlight's not on top. The edges, and then on these, like look on this part of the pumpkin right here. The highlight is like right in this is on the lower part. Yeah. So this is the primer. And like it's showing that highlight is quite low because it's based on angle, right? It's not necessarily the lighting position. It's the angle you're looking at the thing from, right? So the lower you are if you're looking up at something, the highlights are going to move down. Yeah, the shadows are pretty good. Okay, makes sense. Oh, Murph here. Murph. Trying the same, not expecting such a last minute review, but who knows? Who does know? Like I said. Says who? You never know with me. Still have some weapons to paint and glue, but blah, blah, blah. All right. Figured I'd ask general vibes about the colors so far. Everything but the face is pretty much sketch. First attempt at mini committing to cool colors highlights. I like the cool colors and highlights. I like it. But Murph, what am I gonna say? It's all the same. It's all the same. Now, this is good. Look at the leather here next to the rub. Nice. But then it's like it's the same. The problem is it's all samey, right? It's just kind of the same. Not bring up the values, right? We need to separate the values. We need to separate the materials more. You're doing an interesting job separating the materials through texture, but we're not separating the materials through value, okay? So we need to pick some way in order to make these stand out a little more. Now, which one do you think would be the best to darken? If we were going to darken an element to make it significantly darker, right? To help frame things, okay? What's the element that you would darken to help frame things more? The shawl? I don't know. I would do the hood and the undershirt, right? So first of all, this hood is the same as this. So you probably want to paint them the same texture. But yeah, I would darken this guy. Okay? So if we're going to do this dude, right? What I would do, I would tone this frame those elements, right? So now the this dark hood is going to create a separation between his head, his ear, or his face, his ears, the shawl, right? We can darken this way down. Not that much, but something like that. All right, let's look at the difference. Here, I'll erase it a little bit just to give some highlight back here. Just a touch. Right, and now let's look at the difference between this and this. Yeah? Yeah, how bright this is, dude. It's like, it almost feels white when you look at it now. Right? And it's like you got used to seeing it like this, and then when you turn this off, it's like, oh, is he wearing a gray hood? Like, is it just light gray? Almost white? So, by pushing this like way down, one, we help frame the face a lot. And we also make the shawl stand out quite a bit more. And then the belt also then stands out against the dark. Okay. So separating those values. And then if you darken this down, right? If we darken some of these areas more, right, now you're going to be able to make these like laces and stuff stand out too. When you go to paint each one of these little guys, we're going to be able to create more material separation here by doing something like this, and then whatever color, I don't know, go with like a slightly cold yellow gray or whatever. Right, now we can put a little lighter than that. Right, now we can create these lacings and they stand out against the darker material. Okay. I think it's okay. The colors used are all right. Yeah, they're fine. I would probably glaze back over it with a little bit of tone, but I like these dark colors you're using here, these sort of dark reddish colors. These are nice. I would actually maybe play with this a little bit more. You could even like include that in some of the metal and stuff, and maybe in some of the shadows of the hood area. Make the shadows more interesting. Especially if you're going to go with a very pale kind of vibe, like these sort of brown tones can make the shadow more interesting. Can you see the color light? Oh, you want me to turn the colors off? Yeah, so we went from, yeah, so now it's like shapes are more, the elements are more readable, you know? Don't worry about painting things. Yeah. Value, visual hierarchy, you know? Can't stress it enough. All right. Guys, I'm all caught up. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see if we can find someone to raid. I don't know if anybody's going to be on. It's a little late. It's a little late. So all right, here we go. Anybody I know? No, not really. Oh, I know, it's paint water. Okay. Let's raid. You're welcome, guys. Have a great weekend. If I don't see you before, have a Merry Christmas. And yeah, that's about it. That's all I got to say. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye.